Good morning. Let's see, let me just share now. Oops. Direct. Oh. Let's see, let's share the thingy. Everyone, boop. Quote, retweet now. Yeah, hopefully there's some people here today. Fixing the chimney, and I have no idea if it will be noisy or not, so we'll see how we'll manage. So it was kind of nice just starting the whole day using the stream. So I'll do that today as well. Let's see. So I'm just looking at PRs, and happily Alex has reviewed the new disconnect reconnect thing, though he suggested some different wording on let's see, disconnected overlay, which I totally agree. You are disconnected. Please click to try to reconnect. I guess this is where he wanted to change. We are unable to reconnect. Okay, so this is kind of a general thing. Okay, show restart information. Okay, so I kind of, yeah, I agree with this. We should, instead of having this, we should just have this. So you can choose to reconnect multiple times, or we'll just show both buttons. Dialog close. Does that mean, what does that mean? As child? Okay, let's just see how this looks like. So let's put reconnect first. If the it means the development environment has reached an error state, and you can try restarting it. Don't worry, your work will still be here when you get back. That's kind of cool. Reconnect. Yeah, I think like reconnect, restart. Yeah, I think we need to like emphasize a bit more there, but let's see how this looks like. Let's see, that would be UI. I guess we can just do it right here. We'll just have to wait. Oh, interestingly enough, this could, I just realized this can actually happen on, so I don't actually have access to restarting this. Oh, interestingly enough, we actually exposed that. Well, I do have access to this one, but I might be disconnected on repo or sandbox I don't have access to. then we would have to disable it. Thanks for that. Yeah, and I guess actually none of this should really be like a dialogue close kind of thing, because you're stuck there. And whatever you do here, it's the being connected that closes the dialogue. So I think we're good there. But let's see if we can fix the oh, has tried reconnect. Yeah, so I think we'll do this for both of them. And we're also going to bring in project, use project. Didn't I use that one? Oh yeah, we have to fix this. No, I think we have something called use project. Yeah. So or project dot permission equals read. So you can't restart if you only have read access. Okay, let's try again. And we'll get this merged. Yeah, I think we should change this wording to environment instead of branch. It's kind of weird that we call it branch. UI disconnected. Yeah, so today we're just going through the morning routine, doing PRs now. And then we're going to go through the burning issues. And I'm also going to create a small video because I had some reflections on our client structure. Because we have actually quite a big challenge. Yeah, I'll explain it more later. Let's see. Lost connection. We are unable to reconnect you. Oh yeah, great. We're unable to reconnect you. Please check if you're online before trying again. If the problem persists, it means the development environment has reached an error state and you can try restarting it. Don't worry, your work will still be there when you get back. Okay, god damn it, this is not working. Okay, I think we need to do this at least. Does it hot? Oh, right, nice. Why didn't this button work? Why didn't it flip? Where's the feature? Where are you there, reducer? So we're disconnected. Disconnected, reconnecting. Why doesn't it change its state? Is it because we immediately change it back when we're testing? So if we are disconnected, attempt. Oh yeah, we immediately run disconnected. That's why. Okay, so I think we should be good. Ideally, we would test this, but at least we can test the restart. That didn't work either. What the fuck? Oh, that's probably a bug. We don't allow you to restart when you're disconnected. A good thing I tested that. So where's restart? Restart container. Good thing we tested that. There we go. Okay, cool. So I think, yeah, let's refresh and let's share that. I'm just going through the messages on almost always write specs. No. Good question. Yeah, we're talking about like you're able to, on a pro plan, you have higher specs on the VMs. And the question is, when you move to that new plan, you might have some existing VMs that's on lower specs. And especially your default branch, the memory snapshot we use to produce new branches is also on lower specs. So the question is, what do we do? Do we automatically is that the user expects they are on the Pro VM, and this is it being slow. I think we should be transparent. Thinking we should highlight pumped VMs as a type of badge. think we should highlight Pro. And I think we should highlight Pro when active in the UI. Times where we could show a notification or similar on that badge if the current VM I think we should rather I think we should be transparent about this. The absolute worst thing that can happen is the user expects they are on a Pro VM and also the Pixel and going to Pro and experiences slowness is really bad, and also not really knowing if they now have Pro is also bad. I think it is like buying. I think it would be valuable no matter in the UI to indicate when Pro is actually active, because it will not always be like when visiting other projects sandboxes. That would also give us an opportunity to highlight when you have Pro, but the current VM is not on the new specs. Cool. Nice. Okay. Cool. Sorry. So let's trigger again. Oh, thank you. Did I sneeze? Yeah, maybe I didn't. Morning, Bogdan. Cool. Just okay. So I'm through my. I'm just going through my Slack. Morning, y'all. Smile. Highlights from yesterday. All my initial concerns in the morning got resolved through the day. I think, what did I write yesterday? Did I even write anything yesterday? Oh yeah, no. Got a lot of work done yesterday. I'm pumped to continue today. Super pumped for the new DX on picture. Get through burning issues. Merge new disconnected. Reconnecting. Cool. Let's see what's yeah, whatever. Cool. Let's see. So we are unable to reconnect you. Yeah, I'm just taking an image of the. Please check that you're online before trying again. If the problem persists, it means the development environment has reached an error state and you can try restarting it. Don't worry, your work will still be here when you get back. Yeah, and reconnect doesn't work because it like immediately in testing, like debug mode, it immediately goes back to disconnected. But if I hit restart, it actually restarts. So yeah, and if we're reconnecting, both of these buttons will be disabled. Can't really test it, but I feel very confident about that. Cool. Yeah, let's just commit and push that. Good thing we picked up the restart. Like it didn't actually work. Cool. Updated the text. Where's the image? Oh my god. I also discovered we did not restart when clicking the button. That is also fixed. Oh, not sad face, sweat, smile. It is not really offline. But thinking we should consider is exploring how we balance brief disconnects versus disconnected, and we'll shove this into Picture Client when we are happy. Cool. Yeah, let's see this go green, and then we'll merge that. Do I have any emails? Blah, blah. I never get any emails. It's just cool. Yeah, this should be good now. Let's squash and merge it. New parent race condition when pending commit. Nice. Also fix that one. Cool. Oh, this is nice. Squash and merge. We even got that in there. Oh. Oh, okay. It shows right before. I see. Yeah. But it was definitely worth pushing it to. But it was definitely worth exploring to the end, as it is definitely the most elegant solution. But yeah, too bad we get these FS rights. Yeah, it really sucks that we can't check for mergeability without doing FS writes. It's really sucks. Okay, but then what's this? Support opening. Yeah. We also have this thing. Should we call it a project? We could just do that. Yeah, but anyways, okay, so we're done with that stuff. Great. I have a couple of videos to give feedback on, but I can do that later. Cool. I guess we're ready to get going then. Hi, DevOps. I just wanted to say that we merged a new disconnected reconnecting UX where we fixed automatic reconnect not occurring, where we now ensure reconnect only happens when the tab is visible. Just wanted to still if VMs for some reason are more active, we have to revisit the logic again, but we should be good now. Cool. Yeah, so that's what broke last time we tried to merge this, is that we did a reconnect when the tab was not visible, which means every time the environment hibernated, it was woken up immediately, which is not good. Okay, so that's that one. This is something else. Yeah, this is really weird. Like, there's something really weird. I have this applications dashboard, but for some reason it's like, it's just broken. I can't open terminals or, oh, now it worked. Nice. Okay, let's see if it's, dental preview. This is the ID of the thing. I don't understand why it can't connect. Does this work? Unexpected token. Oh, I think there's something broken. What the hell? Other previews? Oh, what the hell is going on here? There's definitely something. MPX kill port 3000. Yeah, like that. Why can't I run any tasks or anything? It's almost like I don't have access. And like you see, it's just opening a new port and I can't see anything. But I am running on, that's the weird thing. I am running on the latest version of Pitcher. So it's like V2 beta. Is that the correct cluster? Maybe it's a cluster thing? Yeah, I don't understand this. How should I fix this? Well, first let's restart so it doesn't... Let's try to fix this because I really want to make this one work. Yeah, and I also need to fix another thing. There we go. But it can't show the... What the hell is going on here? Oh, is it because I'm not... No, that one... I don't understand what's happening here. Next data. Oh, here we go. Cannot read properties of... And oh, sorry. Oh, so there's something... Okay, maybe we change something. Oh. I think maybe someone added something new here. The thing is that it's completely dependent on having someone being the... Oh yeah, here we go. Global scheduler. Okay, let's just change the thing. So it doesn't necessarily need to have that DRI. Okay, cool. Let's branch out. I'm just going to fix this so we at least have something. And then we'll get into the burning issues. So the problem here is that is architect, does it need to be there? I think we're going to do this. Not available. And then we need to do the same here. We'll just make it empty. And position rich text 0 plain text. Yeah, I think that's okay because that doesn't break it. Yeah, you see this? Like, what is this task? It's almost like when it's running the dev task, starting up, it's not really working. So maybe that's a problem. How do I add the finished project setup? Yeah, you see this? It has all this weird stuff. It's so weird. How do I create? Yeah, no, this is where. create tasks configuration. Okay, so we're going to add that as well. So let's just create a PR out of this and merge it. There's something extremely weird going on with these VMs. Or this project specifically. What the hell is going on here? Yeah, no idea what's going on there. That project is extremely old. So I have a feeling it's just... Yeah, I'm not sure what my feeling is. There's something incredibly weird going on though. Let's see. There we go. Now it's running. Yeah, now this one's running. Okay, so this is our stack. This is actually reading information from Notion. But at least now we can put this link in here. So let's create, embed. Hey, that's really cool. Hey, this is really cool. We can actually have it embedded. Yeah, maybe I should change the zoom level. Can I? That's pretty cool. Like, what happens if I refresh here? Yeah, let's just shove it in there. So what I wanted to do, maybe it's a little bit annoying that it's, come on. Oh, what's happening here? That's a little bit weird. Cool. And let's move it below the... Kind of annoying that it's showing that thing. I think that's because of my... Yeah, maybe I should zoom out. And we're going to move these pages into a different table. Let's use some emojis on this one. I have now fixed a little PO stack node graph. I now fixed a little stack node graph project and embedded it into the applications page of Notion. There is a lot more work to be done here, but at least everyone gets a mental image of our currently tracked applications and their relationship. See image. The cross stack flows table is now merged with architecture records. It's now merged with architecture records. So now architecture records is the place to document cross-application flows, UX flows. Cool, this is nice. And then the image. Let's see. The path forward. I will be reaching out to everyone involved. The next step. There are several improvements in the pipeline, but most imminent one is that everyone should be able to look at this applications table and find the interface for that application, that being a UI or API. That means there will some applications are lacking this documentation. Others, I'll reach out to everyone to ask about how the interface is currently documented, and we'll find a common accessible way to consume the interfaces of the different way to reach the interfaces. Reach the documentation. Update on engineering document. I now fixed a little stack node graph project and embedded it into the applications page of Notion. There is a lot more work. Now fix a little stack node graph project and embed it into the application page of Notion. There's a lot more work to move. At least everyone gets a mental list for currently tracked applications and the relationship. See image. The next step, the cross-stack flows table is now merged with architecture records. So now architecture records is the place to document cross-application UX flow. Okay, so let's open architecture records. And I guess that's here somewhere, architecture. Was that here? Yeah, architecture record, which is here. Copy link. Let's see. Cool. So we are basically going to move these pages. Okay, so we can just delete this page because it's not really there. But this page, is it possible to like move a page? Move to documentation, architecture record. Wow. Nice. So we can say what's involved here is picture and the V2 editor. Nice. Cool. Okay, so we'll move this one as well. Move to documentation, architecture record. It involves picture agent, picture manager. Where are you? Picture manager. Yeah. Cool. This is great. And then we'll just delete this one. Delete. Cool. But this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Cool. Nice. This is super nice. Happy about this. Okay. Silly. I think this is, yeah, I was working on yeah. So we have a situation with our client. Maybe we should, oh, damn. Toby, by the way, thank you for for the comment. It's like super noisy downstairs. Let's turn up the music. Okay, so I think I need to get out of my brain the thoughts I have on our client architecture, because the challenge is that in like there are these fundamental ways to think about the React application. The global state store. So this is one way to think about it. So that would be like, for example, Redux or whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. The way it's conceptually architected is that you have, how should I put this? Like you have these domains, these different domains. And sometimes how should I put this? Oh my god, that's the most annoying sound I've ever heard. I think I'm going to grab my headset and because I have noise cancelling. Just 2 seconds. Oh my god. I don't know if you've ever tried Oh, this is even weirder. I can't hear my voice. It's so weird. Anyways, it's kind of annoying, these Pro Max headsets. They're actually gotten worse. Like the noise cancelling is gotten worse. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Okay, so my point with the global state store is that what is my point? So with a global state store, you have these different. We don't have to like. Can do this. You have these different domains that includes state and behavior. Well, I guess that's the thing. Like, you have two types of state stores. You have state stores that separates data and behavior. For example, Redux, where you have reducers for data, and you have thunks for behavior. And yeah, maybe I should call it. Maybe I should call it effects instead. My point is that in Redux, it doesn't matter. Like, you always have access to like all behavior regardless of the state of the application. And like, for example, Overmind or other state stores, the behavior is tied to the data. So you would, or to the domain. That's what I want. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Well, it depends on how you do it, of course. Like, you can tie actions, even though technically you have a single dispatch in Redux, you can still like tie certain actions to a domain, like using typing and stuff. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say here. What am I trying to say? Oh, that noise is really making it very hard to concentrate. I think my point is not so much how it's organized, the global state store. It's more how you consume it in the app or in the React components. So you have the global state store. Yeah, and then you have all these components in this magical tree. Yeah, we don't have to make it more complex than this. The point is that anything can access this global state store and just say, I want this state and I want this behavior, which is very powerful. So for example, if you had a component that, so I guess the main example here is that we have a code editor that's going to load both sandboxes and repos. And they have a lot of overlapping things, but they also have a lot of different things. And it's not only the state that's different, it's also the behavior that's different. And the question is, how the fuck do you organize that? Because if we had a global state store, that would be simpler. Because then you would have access to all the state and all the behavior at any component level. It's more about what does the component need. And you can just grab it, whatever it needs. But we didn't want to use a global state store. We just wanted to use React. And what I didn't foresee is how incredibly difficult it is to expose domains in a way that gives the same flexibility. So as an example, let's see. You have isolated stores. Doesn't matter if it's like set state, reducer, use state, use reducer, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is that you have multiple of them. And they have to be mounted on a specific component. Store A, let's see, global store. So any of them can just use that. Maybe we should create some more arrows here. It does not matter. But now we have these stores and they have to be mounted on a specific component. So here you have store A, here you would have store B. And even though, and they're exposed the same way, they're exposed on the context, but you'll have like a bunch of contexts just all over the place. And there's no, and the point is that there's no contract with a, yeah, so I think that's what I'm trying to point to. With a global state store, you have a contract between the components and the global store, because that global store is mounted at the very top of the application. So the contract is there. Whatever these components need, it's always available to them. But when you do like store A, store B, and so on, for example here, this component cannot grab store B, for example. So that contract is suddenly lost, right? So let's do a red arrow there. So that contract is suddenly lost. So that would mean like use store B hook, and that would just break. So you don't have a strong enough contract. And you can imagine having like 15 different stores, having each of their domain, their state, and their behavior. And then you're spreading them all over in these components, and there's no indication of how it actually works. Oh, nice. So that's really bad design. But there's a different way of doing this. You can also say, instead of having a context, what you do is that you still mount the stores where they make sense, but you only rely on props. So that means, how should I? Yeah, so the point is that, how should I put this? Yeah, maybe I should just do this. So what you do is that you pass things by props. What you do now is that you create a contract. So if this one now depends on something from store B, it needs to be received as props, which means that immediately as you create the props, like the contract is there. The props is the contract. So that means that, okay, I have to make this available, and then you see that we're currently mounting store B in this component. You would like move it up here and pass down the props, and then you would have to pass the props down there again, which is the problem with this pattern, right? Now you have a bunch of props passing. And that's also not ideal, but there are probably some patterns that makes that much simpler, because I've been reflecting on that. Because we do a lot of manual prop creation and passing, but I don't think we actually need to do that if we have some good patterns in place. Maybe I can show you that. But another problem here is we are still tying. So let's imagine store A is like a common place for loading either a sandbox or a repo. We just give it a type. So it's either type repo or it's type sandbox. Where should the behavior live? Like, should you be able to dispatch any action for repo specific functionality and dispatch actions for sandbox specific functionality? Or should they have two different stores? One store for repos and one store for sandboxes. But if you do that, like if a component way down here, like maybe have generic components that works for both sandboxes and repos, and then suddenly have a sandbox specific component down here. But now you have to pass down sandbox props, specific sandbox props through the whole component tree down to that specific sandbox thing. Which is super, super weird, right? To have like sandbox specific props in components that doesn't really care about sandbox props as opposed to repo props. Yeah, so you can imagine like the props here would be like, okay, so you have a repo reducer, but you also have a sandbox reducer. Because you can't, and that's also a thing about React, you can't dynamically load different like reducers. One thing is like it starts yelling at you, like linting rules, but also in terms of typing, like you don't know if you dynamically change out the store up here, that won't be reflected in the typing in the other components, because then the typing is like it can either be that store or that store. We don't know. That's also quite shitty. So in this specific scenario, it's better to have something like this, because then you can say, okay, this component wants the sandbox, wants like a sandbox functionality. Or maybe not. It's so difficult. Maybe that's a different problem. Maybe that's not tied to how you do this thing, but it's tied more to how you design that specific store. So you can have a store that returns a reducer, but the reducer is like, that's the contract. It's a reducer, but its state and actions is based on the type you pass to it. So if you say it's a sandbox, then it exposes the sandbox reducer. But if it's a repo, it exposes the repo reducer. That's possible, and I even wrote a proof of concept of that. And that means that when you pass down the props here, you don't really know which store it is. It's just like a project store or whatever common term you want to use for Sandbox and repo. And then you explicitly check whenever you want to consume the state or dispatch, you check what type it is, and then you get the correct typing. But that means you have a single thing you pass down here. So I definitely think that's the yeah, so the question is more like what we're experiencing now is that we have like this overflow of context providers. And there's a question, maybe we could rather use just use props, and how would that look like? Because I think we need to get away from this pattern, because with the introduction of sandboxes, we quickly got into a lot of these red lines. And I think it's just going to get worse. Because there just is no contract between the component and its dependencies. But the thing with this pattern is that you need to have really good patterns for passing these props. So to efficiently memorize, and also like just doing the typing. But what I like about the props drilling is that it's easier to narrow down the types. So for example, if you at the top you would have like an authentication thing or a session thing, and that session can be in multiple states, but most of your app is only interested in the session in a certain state, which means that when you do props drilling, you can narrow that session down to an authenticated state, for example, which is very powerful, as opposed to this pattern where you say, I'm going to use something in an authenticated state, and then you have to implement logic where, okay, what if you try to consume it in authenticated state and it's not authenticated and it throws an error? So you kind of have this implicit knowledge about what fits where, just like you see here. Here. So use sandbox info. This can be not be there. Sandbox info might not be, sandbox might not be there, but you know in this state that you have it. Like I know that, but the code doesn't know that. And that's shitty code. So what I wanted to do, I wanted to explore. So what I feel is that we're in this state now, and we kind of have to choose. Do we move over here? Or do we move over here? And I don't think this is the right thing to do, because then we're, first of all, we have to choose a framework. And I don't like us choosing a framework. I want us to be embracing just React so that we have the opportunity to try different tools and kind of apply the thing that works best for the problem at hand. So what we could do as a little experiment before lunch, I'm getting hungry. Maybe we can go in and is seamless branching fixed again? So let's see, we have this thing called we have a feature called session, and I wonder where we're using that. Use session. Like, what would it look like if we pass it as props instead? Okay, it's not. It's, I don't think we can change much code, but it's okay. So let's look at what it's actually using. Session, what's it being used for? Okay, so it's basically stating here, if you're not logged in, you need to sign in first. Okay, so let's imagine that you would actually get the session state. So where is this for command used? Hello? Den er så sammenlima, den peisen. Ja. Så vi må herje litt og bryte litt og sånn. Ja. Så det kan være fare for at ting rammes inn. Sånn selve peisen tenker du på? Eller? Ja, altså selve. Ikke den svarte, nei. Ikke peisen, nei, men oppbyggingen i den, ja. Hva betyr det? Nei, det betyr at, at ting kan gå i stykker. Ja. Da må vi bygge den opp igjen. Ja, da må vi finne en løsning på det. Ja. Så hvis den skal bruke peisen, så må det demonteres. Ja. Så enkelt er det. Det suger. Ja, det kan gå bra, men det kan gå til helvete. Ja, men vi har ikke noe valg. Vi får ikke brukt den uten. Nei. Så vi må bare prøve. Ja. Jeg må informere deg om det. Ja. Nei, men det er fint. Ja, nei, men da vet vi det. Så da får vi bare krysse fingrene. Vi prøver det beste. Yes, super. Takk. For fuck's sake. The chimney thing, like when we bought the apartment, we spent I don't know how many hours, and like a lot of money building that fireplace, and now they have to break the whole thing down. Maybe. And if it's broken, we have to pay for building it again. So it seems like we're without a fireplace. And we've been using this since we moved in for over 2 years. Fucking regulations. Okay, let's hope for the best. Yeah, so it's so annoying that use fork command. Oh, use fork command as use branch command. Wonderful. Yeah, so you kind of see the complexity already. Like, yeah. So if we were to pass session as props here, we would have to pass it to this thing Where is this used? Oh, this is really annoying. And it's used here. Use register branch commands. What? Where's that used? Here. Oh. Use register branch commands. Oh, that's to... Okay, that's interesting. So register branch commands. Use register branch commands. Create registrator? What the fuck is that? Where is this used? Oh. But I guess... What the hell is this? Hook options? Extends unknown? What the hell is this? Anyways, it receives the props of the parent, I guess. Yeah, so you could argue that this isn't too bad. So we have like a primary call to action, which would also need the session. So you pass the session as a prop down here as well. Where is primary CTA used? In the workspace. Yeah, and the workspace would also need the session. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. This is so incredibly tricky with React. It's like, it's insane. It's why people go to global state stores. Because you want that. I guess that is because I asked this question. Is there a way to get the flexibility of the context provider, but still have the same contract as you have with props? And that is literally a global store, because that's always available. Yeah, it's At least now we can test with some customers. Yeah, I'm really worried about this chimney because it seems to me that there's some regulation that doesn't make sense. Like there's no real danger. Yeah. But I'm wondering, like, if we have a global store and then we have certain features that shouldn't be like active. We could have a state for it, of course, like it's just inactive. But then you have the challenge of, like, if you choose, so for example, you choose Redux. Now the problem with Redux is they dictate how you do effects. So you have thunks, but that's imperative effects. So it's not reactive to state changes. The only way to be reactive to state changes is to like use effect. And you can't like use effect in Redux. You have to do that in a component. And then you can choose some other framework that does things differently. Like, I would love the flexibility of just using hooks, but you would still have this contract. I guess that's why also people want the ability for a context. For a context to be queryable, or like selector context, so that you can have a single context. So you are able to express code like whatever. What were we doing? Yeah, so you have like a context with multiple domains. And then whenever any of those domains update, so what you would need, like, so if you want to use, so project, for example, but again, like what I don't like about this is that you want to consume data in certain states. Hey Samir. Yeah, awesome. Thanks a bunch. There's so much more coming. So yeah, but thanks. But yeah, another thing about like the what global stores is bad at, as opposed to props, is what I said about narrowing state. Narrowing types. So when you have a global store, it will always be like all your state will always be like, this is the state. Like you have a contract with the store itself. It's always available. The behavior is always available, but you don't have a contract with specific states. Yeah, I think this is what I'm trying to get at. So an example would be, you have a part of your component tree that only cares about when you're authenticated. If you were to use the global store in those components, you would never know if you're authenticated or not. You would have to check every time. But if you were to use props, you would be able to pass props with an authenticated state. So that's a huge benefit. It's just all this passing of props. And I did this little experiment. Do I have it here? Dashboard. Where I explored like how can you more easily, where is it? Nice Sun, I think it's this one. Yeah. So what if, how can you most efficiently pass, like I'm just talking about syntax here. So how can you most efficiently define some state domain with behavior, expose that, and consume it as easily as possible, or as explicit as possible? So one thing is that React returns this tuple thing, which allows you to easily name whatever you return here. The problem though is that anyone, if you were to pass this tuple down to other components, each of them can change the name when they consume it. Also, typing it is way more difficult because you have to type the tuple instead of just typing the state in this case. So what I'm doing here, I'm just returning it as an explicit name. Something state, set something state. And what that means is that now you can just reuse that name. So I have a child component that wants access to this domain. So it points to the domain and says, I'm interested in both this state and the set something state. So now that's consistent. The prop names here is consistent with what this domain exposes, which now automatically makes sure that, okay, child component needs a something state property and a set something state property. And then instead of like doing this thing where you explicitly like give the props, you can do this spread trick, which makes it much easier to pass props down. And the thing is, the naming convention is exactly the same. And you can argue like maybe you'll have some crashing names. And in that case, you can change it, of course. But I think just doing a pattern, something like this, it doesn't have to be exactly like this, but just have a strong pattern of, okay, we have some piece of logic behind this domain. It's a hook, and you expose it with what you intend the property names to be as this is being passed down through the component tree. And then any component can like point to this, what's being exposed there, and say, I'm interested in that thing, or I'm interested in that thing. and then doing this pattern here for passing it down, it just fits, like it clicks together. That's what I mean. But my conclusion is really that so it has store contract, no state contract. So what do I mean? Yeah, this is exactly the problem. Yeah, this is interesting. Contract with store, no contract with state. So maybe I should do an example. So what if this wants to use authenticated user? Yeah, let's authenticated user. Like, that's not a guarantee. User is a guarantee, but the authenticated user is not a guarantee. There's nothing in this contract saying that you get an authenticated user in this component. If you do this, you have the same problem, but you have this additional problem. But here you can actually say, I want an authenticated user, and you will get that authenticated user because it has a contract with its parent, which has a contract with its parent, which has a contract with its parent. That's really it. I think this just, yeah, all my reflections lands on this. Okay, I'm going to make a video on this. I think I can just record it as we are streaming. Let me try to do that. I just need to move the comments field. So I make a lot of these little videos, so let's make one together now. Let's see, start recording. 3, 2, 1. Okay, hello. So we have a session on Friday. Is that tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow, about the client state and how we're going to deal with this. And I have some reflections on this related to how you organize React apps. And I had a hard time like distilling this, but I figured out why I'm like, oh my God, that was a bad recording. Let's try again. Okay, hello. So I have some food for thought for our session tomorrow, because there's something fundamental about how we organize the React app. And there are like 3 ways to do this. You can have a global store, which we were used to with Overmind and like Redux and all of that stuff. And the global store is available in any component, right? And then we have the approach that we're doing now, where we don't want a global state store because we don't want to embrace like a single framework. We just want to use React. But now we have multiple stores being mounted in different components in the component tree. And then you have the last school of thought, which is like passing props. So you still have the stores being mounted, but they're not exposed on a context. They rather pass down their data and behavior as props. Now, the thing that's good about a global store is that you have a contract with the store itself. It doesn't matter which component that consumes the store, it will always be available. So if you want access to the user in the global store, you will always be able to access that user. The problem though with the global store is that you can't point to specific states. So as an example, the user might be there or it might not be there. It might be authenticated or not authenticated. And you might have some nested component that's only interested in the authenticated user. That's its context. And what happens very quickly is that you just go and grab the store and then you do a check. If user is not authenticated, return null or something like that. And that's not good code. And it's very easy to fall into that trap. And the thing that we're doing now is that trying to embrace like low-level React and not choose a framework, we're kind of making things worse. Because we don't only have this thing where you can't ask for a specific authenticated user in this case, you can't even rely on the store being available to you. So you don't have a contract with the store you're trying to consume, and you don't have a contract with the state of the store you're trying to consume. Because the store might be mounted a component that's a sibling and it's just not there. So the last school of thought, which React is really pushing, and everyone's really pushing against it, which is kind of funny, is that just use props, right? And the great thing about props is that you can mount these stores wherever you want, and every child component will have a strong contract with that store, because it will tell it with its props, like these are the props I expect. But again, it doesn't only dictate like what store it needs to have, it can also dictate the specific state of that store. So if we have a user store, we can say that I want that store in the state of an authenticated user. And then the parent component is responsible for making that happen. And that makes a lot of sense. So this is basically it for me. There's one relationship, which is the store itself, and then is the relationship to the specific state in that store. And the question now is, how would this look like, all this props passing? And I think the reason it's being pushed back is that it's so much like, you have to type so much, there's so much like multiple props, and you have to make sure of like memoization and all of this stuff. But I think we should talk about creating, just see how this would look like, and what should be the pattern that makes sure that we don't like go crazy with this stuff. So one example of that would be, so for example here I have a store called use something, and instead of returning the tuple, I rather return an explicit object where I say this is the name of the state, something state, and this is the name of the behavior. And what that dictates is like, this is how this thing should be passed down through the component tree. So for example, if I have like a child component here that wants to consume this store, it can say from this store, I want to consume this and I want to consume this. So we're reusing the name, right? So we're not like coming up with new names. And then when whatever parent of this component mounts this child component, it knows that it needs to pass a something state and a set something state. And again, it can just use the same thing here and pass it directly down. So you have this consistency of naming and exposing that could be a pattern that would just make things a lot simpler for us. So basically, when you want something from a store in a component, just pick what you want from that store, and then the parent can consume that store either from its parent, or maybe it is the component responsible for the store, and it can just expose those properties directly to that component using this pattern. And what this also does is that it makes sure of memoization, because everything's passed as a single value. So that means that you can just do a React memo around whatever component you want if you want to optimize it. It's hard to see how the props passing strategy would affect our code base. But I just wanted to talk about it. Cool. Bye for now. Let's see. Let me share with Evis and Alex. I made a little video for prepping tomorrow because I had a really strong realization about React component structuring and stores. Yeah, and I typically listen to my videos after I create them. So I have some food for our session tomorrow, because there's something fundamental about how we organize the React app. And there are like 3 ways to do this. You can have a global store, which we were used to with Overmind and like Redux and all of that stuff. And the global store is available in any component, right? And then we have the approach that we're doing now, where we don't want a global state store because we don't want to embrace like a single framework. We just want to use React. But now we have multiple stores being mounted in different components in the component tree. And then you have the last school of thought, which is like passing props. So you still have the stores being mounted, but they're not exposed on a context. They rather pass down their data. Yeah, they should really be read. Now, the thing that's good about a global store is that you have a contract with the store itself. It doesn't matter which component that consumes the store, it will always be available. So if you want access to the user in the global store, you will always be able to access that user. The problem though with the global store is that you can't point to specific states. So as an example, the user might be there or it might not be there. It might be authenticated or not authenticated. And you might have some nested component that's only interested in the authenticated user. That's its context. And what happens very quickly is that you just go and grab the store and then you do a check. If user is not authenticated, return null or something like that. And that's not good code. And it's very easy to fall into that trap. And the thing that we're doing now is that trying to embrace like low-level React and not choose a framework, we're kind of making things worse. Because we don't only have this thing where you can't ask for a specific authenticated user in this case, you can't even rely on the store being available to you. So you don't have a contract with the store you're trying to consume, and you don't have a contract with the state of the store you're trying to consume. Because the store might be mounted a component that's a sibling, and it's just not there. So the last school of thought, which React is really pushing, and everyone's really pushing against it, which is kind of funny, is that just use props, right? And the great thing about props is that you can mount these stores wherever you want, and every child component will have a strong contract with that store, because it will tell it with its props, like these are the props I expect. But again, it doesn't only dictate like what store it needs to have, it can also dictate the specific state of that store. So if we have a user store, we can say that I want that store in the state of an authenticated user. And then the parent component is responsible for making that happen. And that makes a lot of sense. So this is basically it for me. There's one relationship, which is is the store itself, and then is the relationship to the specific state in that store. And the question now is, how would this look like, all this props passing? And I think the reason it's being pushed back is that it's so much like, you have to type so much, there's so much like multiple props, and you have to make sure of like memoization and all of this stuff. But I think we should talk about creating, just see how this would look like, and what should be the pattern that makes sure that we don't like go crazy with this stuff. So one example of that would be, so for example here I have a store called use something, and instead of returning the tuple, I rather return an explicit object where I say this is the name of the state, something state, and this is the name of the behavior. And what that dictates is like, this is how this thing should be passed down through the component tree. So for example, if I have like a child component here that wants to consume this store, it can say from this store, I want to consume this, and I want to consume this. So we're reusing the name, right? So we're not like coming up with new names. And then when whatever parent of this component mounts this child component, it knows that it needs to pass a something state and a set something state. And again, it can just use the same thing here and pass it directly down. So you have this consistency of naming and exposing that could be a pattern that would just make things a lot simpler for us. So basically, when you want something from a store in a component, just pick what you want from that store, and then the parent can consume that store either from its parent, or maybe it is the component responsible for the store, and it can just expose those properties directly to that component using this pattern. And what this also does is that it makes sure of memoization, because everything's passed as a single value. So that means that you can just do a React memo around whatever component you want if you want to optimize it. Okay. I'm happy about that. I'm just going to eat some lunch, and then I'll be back. Hopefully the other people are eating lunch as well, so I can play some Xbox. I need my Xbox. But then when we go back, we're going to go through burning issues, because I was really hoping to get that done today. But it was good to get these ideas out. It's funny, like I've been doing state management for so long, and like finding the right, like it's so complex, it's so incredibly complex, and there's so many factors, and kind of distilling it to these simple thoughts just now, like you have a contract with the store, but you also have a contract with a specific state of that store, and like how does these different strategies enable you to express these things? Yeah, it's interesting. Anyways, having some lunch. Be back in 30 minutes. Okay, be back soon. You're right. So they're still working downstairs, so I thought I might just do the same. Okay, let's get grooving. Or there's no an issue. Client implementation. Because the technical state is that you are behind. Yeah, loving the fix. However, there's a new issue I'm having with. I just merged my target branch into main, but in my current working branch, it still says. Oh, like that. Yeah, interesting concept. Yeah, that's interesting. Like, if you branch off a branch and the branch you branched off is merged into main, should then the branch of the branch suddenly now point to main? Yeah, interesting concept. Anyways, let's get rolling. So the thing that really bugs me here, you can see we have the same issue here that I've been ranting about, is that we're just using sandbox info just in some really nested component, but we don't even know if we're running a sandbox at this point. And when we do this, we don't even know if we have the data. So, but we kind of know, so we override it. But even worse, I have no idea what this is. When we rename the sandbox, like, I need to know the result of this. Yeah, I need the sandbox ID. Sandbox ID. Because I get that, right? Any? Why is that any? Operation result. What the hell do I get back here? Operation result. I really don't like. I really don't like this. So if operation result error, I guess we want to yeah, and here it's like, I think we should rather do this. Like we have to have a sandbox there. Like we can't show a title without the sandbox. Like this is so bad. So this is what I mean. Like we should have gotten the sandbox as a property here. Just like we do here. And then this kind of ties into the whole thing that it might not be a sandbox, but this could say that this should be a sandbox because it's a sandbox. Then it's the parent component that makes sure that it gets a sandbox. But what happens here if you handle rename? Where is that being used? Throw. And this timeout is insane. Wait for the sandbox title to be updated. Yeah, I'm going to try to remove this because I don't understand why it's there. And this is also like, this is really badly typed. Like if I say error, operation result, like it still doesn't know if there's data there. It's so, this really, sorry, I don't mean to like diss on anyone, but this makes me mad as fuck. Like if you had a status at least, where one status you have the data, or another status you have an error. Like it's just all questions. Like, so you even have to, so you have to write code that's like, if operation result data. But what about this case now? Like, when would this happen? So you'll have to throw something there as well. This should not happen. Like, it's insane. Ugh. And does it even know what the data is? At least that it knows what the data is. That's good. So what we need to do here is yeah, so we need to do our little hack. Where owner is sandbox owner. Repo. Yeah, but it's not, it's when you don't use explicit states. Like if you have explicit states, you can exhaust those states. It just makes sure you cover every scenario and there's no scenarios left from the concept of the code. So if like operation result actually had a status or a state, we could just switch on that status or that state and we would exhaust all possible versions of the result. But here it's like there is no, it's just random. Makes me freaking mad. Wait, what the hell is this? Oh. Branch. OMG. Okay, let's see what happens here now. This is... Ugh. So if I were to change this into bippity boo. Oh, sorry. I forgot to return. But it worked. But it returns rename sandbox, returns the title. What we really want there is the alias. Where's rename sandbox coming from? I'm just getting more and more upset. Queries, sandbox, rename sandbox. Like, how do I don't think it should be title. Why are we sending title? Rename sandbox. Rename collection. Title. I want its alias. I don't want the title back. I want the alias back. Does it actually load this now? Or do I have to run the script? Yeah, we want to redirect to the alias. And I guess this isn't able to pick that up, but let's see, let's just restart the dev process. Organizing code. It's so much easier in, like, that's the thing. Like, you can argue like the complexity of concepts, like writing Rust code, for example. But there's so many strong concepts on how to organize that code, and it's around the same kind of domain. Like, you would have the same issues if you try to write UI in component-based UI in Rust. Like, you would have the same. Like, it's not the language; it's the problem you're trying to solve. It's so difficult. When is my next? 130. Okay, so we are bippity boo, bloppity blop. Oh, yeah. Now I'm actually, we shouldn't go to branch, we should update current branch. Sorry about that. Meepity. Meepity. Oh, wonderful. Why does it do that? Update current branch. Why does it do this? It should just replace the URL. Why doesn't it do that? Whoopity. Why does it do all of this stuff? I am so not in the mood for Next.js fucking router issues. I've exhausted myself with the whole freaking router, and I'm really not in the mood for this. But oh, wait a minute. Is this use? We have this hacks sandbox router. This is what it's actually using. ID. Yeah, so we're basically just grabbing the branch there. And query, where is that coming from? Oh. Why is it not replacing? And even when it redirects, it just goes completely wrong. So it has to be... Oh, fuck. Is it because when we changed... ID... It's because we... I'm so not in the mood for this. I'm... Oh. So the problem is that even though we update, just replace the URL, like this is the thing with Next.js. It's just taking so many opinions into the router. And so when we replace it, it reconciles the app, and probably because the ID has changed, it thinks that we moved somewhere else, but we didn't, and now it remounts components and it just completely breaks. And the problem is that you can't update the URL directly using low-level APIs, because then the Next.js router is out of sync with the state of the browser, and then other stuff breaks. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Why are we getting the title and the script? Oh, yeah. It's for the header, of course. Project editor. Oh, okay. So what it looks like is that, okay, so an easy fix here is that we don't use the alias. When you rename, wait a minute, does it even, so if I do only this, does it change to the alias? No, it doesn't. The problem is that this is, we consider this the actual ID. So we don't know that it's the same ID. Like we can maybe do a hack. For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. So an easy fix here is to not use the alias, just use the ID. But maybe you did load it with the alias and you rename it. And then again, it's considered a new ID. So what I could do is I can go in and I can make an assumption that we have this dash. Like the end of the dash is the ID, and if that's the same, it's considered, that's like how we grab the ID. But for fuck's sake. How are we going to solve this? Like we can't. There's I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. uh, I'm so sick and tired of this shit. Fucking routing, typing. I think I want to do something else. I want to drive a bus or something. So I can't update the URL without a reconciliation. But if I change the URL and reconcile, it thinks it's a different sandbox because it's literally a different ID in the URL from the perspective of Next.js and React. The only way to fix this is to like have this crazy hack where we look at the URL and like guess that, oh, there's a hyphen here, so oh, let's grab the last part, and yeah, that's the ID. But why is the ID? Do we use the... Wait a minute, where is it getting the ID from? Import. Create. Why? Where is it actually remounting? So we're grabbing the ID. There's nothing here that should indicate that it should go and change anything. Or does it do that with context params? Okay, so I guess we probably need it all the way here. So yeah. Okay, so what we have to do here, and this might fix it. So if sandbox ID split pop, wow, the language server is crazy slow. Where is sandbox ID used? What are you complaining about? Possibly undefined. Does this actually allow you to do undefined? Oh my god. There's no typing here. Urgh! This is just incredibly bad. Throw new error. No sandbox ID. Sandbox ID, last ID part. Sandboxes can be opened using an alias where the last part reflects the ID. We have to be consistent about what ID we actually use to grab data, or renaming breaks. Okay, so I'm just making an assumption here. When there's a hyphen, the last part of the hyphen is always the ID. Where I assume the last part always reflects the ID. Okay, so that means when I open Hoppity, it actually uses, and we can even check that. At least it loaded, and then if I change it now, Bloppity, well, that didn't work. This is fucked up. This is so fucked up. Why does it remount? Because we're not... Maybe it's... Oh, it could be inside oh. Oh, wait. No, this won't work. It's because... Yeah, it's not here we should do it. Yeah, we should still do that, but we need to do this inside the project feature, I think. Because this receives the ID, right? URL params. How do we do this with branching? So when we rename a branch, do we go and fetch it again? I'm confused. Why do we do a fetch here? Should we do that? It's really annoying. Like the Next.js router, it makes no sense for a rich web application to use it, because it's every time you manipulate it, it's reflected in the like it reconciles and just creates havoc. There's so many reasons for not reconciling, updating a URL. For example, renaming something. You just want to... Sometimes you want your app to reflect the URL, but other times you want the URL to reflect your app. So, without causing side effects. So, for example, when we move the cursor around in the file, we constantly update the URL. And that's why we have like 2 abstractions on top of the Next.js router, so it doesn't reconcile. Because it's just, yeah. Ah, god damn it. I have absolutely no idea where But here it states, I don't understand this. Like, this would mean when we rename a branch, we would go and fetch it again. That doesn't make any sense. But where did I fucking start? I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Oh, god damn it. Experimental sandbox provider. Use sandbox. Use query. Why did it have two of them? Why does it have it twice? Oh, export, sorry. Editor page content. Why? So it's definitely reconciling with a new ID. Or like a new repo and a new branch. And then it hits the project provider. And that says it's changed. Oh, so maybe it's because it's moving into a fetching state. That might be it. But why does it move into... I don't understand why does renaming a branch work? Because we also update the URL when renaming a branch. That's what I don't understand. What dark magic are we doing? It literally says if the URL params has changed. Maybe we don't change them. But that has to happen, right? What the fuck? URL params. I don't understand this. Oh, wait, of course. Now I know. It's because when we... I know. It's because when we rename a branch, we actually update, we do that renaming through this reducer, and we update the repo and name, or sorry, the branch name first, and then we redirect. While here we are redirecting, and that doesn't work. So we have to hack this. God damn it. We really need to get time to refactor this client, because it's really getting out of hand. So that means use project feature. So we really have to dispatch project. So we have this thing called rename branch, and then new name would be the alias of the sandbox, and then inside this feature, rename branch, and we have renaming branch. Yeah, so it should actually only be title, new title. Let's see. But this is also the problem, because now we're not, when a for fuck's sake, when a branch renames, it renames exactly to what you send in. But that's not the case anymore. We are sending in a name and then it adds the ID at the end. So it's like, I'm just, there's so much history here where I've been so frustrated that I'm like so conflicting. On one end, I support, like we're kind of forced to push features, and like we're a startup and we have to push features, but it's so frustrating as an engineer to work on code that's not written as intended, and you build stuff on top, and it's just, there's just a limit to how much you can take of it, because it literally affects your emotional state. Yeah. And I just can't wait until we get this stuff cleaned up. It's just insane. Fuck. How are we going to do this? So what we could do is we can introduce yet another action, which is like rename sandbox. We just have to do that. We just have to keep hacking on top of this. And then we have rename branch. Yeah, and this works differently. Like this rename branch is actually what sets things in motion. But this one, rename sandbox, rename branch. But this one is actually the new name. So here we would have to not actually return. We don't actually return anything. We just move back to ready. But the project is updated. So project, now the repo is the new name and the branch is new name. This is really hacky, but we have to, this is really hacky and inconsistent, as the above rename branch actually sets in motion the renaming. But here it is already renamed. We just have to update the state to perform the redirect. Yeah, we have to laugh this stuff off, Bogdan. OMG. But yeah, and I think the most annoying thing is that like client work is so underestimated in terms of complexity. It's just insane how much more complex it is to build an application client side than it is to build services server side. Like services server side has like the complexity of like orchestrating multiple services. I'm not saying it's not complex, it's complex, but it's a different kind of complexity. There's so many weird pieces being dragged together in clients. And one thing again is like a VS Code extension. It's minimal, it's constrained, it's like, but building a full-fledged application, it's incredibly difficult. That's funny, Bogdan. Yeah. Yeah, it's not to compare like which one is hardest. It's just it's more emotional being there's so many ways to do things in client land. And the complexity and the options just becomes overwhelming. There's so many more way less like patterns and approaches in my experience server side than in client land. Yeah. Anyways, this is really hacky inconsistent as the rename actually sets in motion the renaming. But here it is already renamed. We just have to update the state to perform the redirect without a remount. The other thing is the reason it works this way is because sandbox IDs, sandboxes does not have a consistent ID in the URL. It can also be an alias. But from the code perspective, there well, I shouldn't. Yeah, I guess that doesn't quite matter here. Yeah, just me complaining. Yeah, I agree. Initial architecture, and that's the tricky thing. Is like if you stick with a framework, then you kind of have the architecture in place for you with its good and bad parts. But at least that's what it is. But when you choose low-level React, that we did here, there's so many opportunities on how to organize that it becomes overwhelming. And then we kind of have a framework on top of it again, which is constantly like pushing, like making things even harder. Yeah. But I'm being very negative. I know we're going to find a good way to organize the code and make it work for both sandboxes and repos and people joining the project. Will have a good time working on it. But it's just the insane complexity we have that makes it really hard to find that balance. Because if we embrace a framework, then we need developers who like just work with that framework, and it doesn't feel right. React is a framework as well, but at least it's lower level. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a learning experience for me. I've always been a frameworky person. Just love having these like opinions and this is how you do it and all that stuff. But we were burnt by that in version 1 with Overmind. Even though Overmind made things way more simple, it had some really rough edges with, especially with TypeScript. And also when developers joined, they using Redux, they started using Redux like mentality in Overmind, doing things that you didn't need to do in Overmind in terms of immutability and stuff. And it's just, that's the bad part about frameworks. So if you just say we use React, you just have to know React and these are our patterns, that's better. That's a better place to be. I feel very confident about. The problem is we haven't nailed down the patterns. Yeah, so like the architecture for V2 was just what was more based on what we didn't want to do than what we wanted to do. And it's just been a journey of exploring different concepts. And that has also happened in parallel with figuring out what the hell the editor even is and what features it has. So it's just that we've gotten to this place now where we actually needed more time to settle and conclude on our discoveries, and we haven't had the time to do that. So we've just been building on top of things that we know were the wrong direction. But I've been part of pushing, like going down a discovery path where we discovered that this is not what we want to do. So there was no clear goal in the beginning. This is exactly how we're going to architect the app. We just knew what we had done wrong with version 1. So at least we don't have the problems we have in version 1. We just found some new problems. But we're having a session tomorrow where we're concluding on what we want to change. And then just consuming picture. We had no idea how we wanted to consume picture. So we have this huge abstraction inside V2 between Picture Client and V2 that was just there because we didn't know how we wanted things to work. Like this was even before Picture Client. But now we discovered that no, we don't need that abstraction at all. Let's rather make Picture Client expose React hooks. And let's just consume that, which is way better. But it wasn't obvious in the beginning. But again, it takes an effort to refactor that, to remove that abstraction, and we keep adding to that abstraction. While we've actually decided that we don't want that abstraction, we rather want to put stuff into Picture Client. But we just don't have the time to fix it. And that's why I get so frustrated by all these things, because we know we have concluded on things we don't want to do, but we keep doing it because we haven't been given the time to fix it. Given the time, that's wrong. We're in, because of the state of being a startup. Oh my God, this is complaint stream. Actually sets in motion the rename, but there is already a rename. Here it is. Without a remount. It has to work this way because we cannot start consuming sandbox specific hooks and data at this point in time. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to say rename sandbox instead. Just going to... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. And that's why I think it's so important to have... Like, one thing though, I really love when you've gone down a bad path, or like when you've discovered that this is not the path you want to take with the code, I really love finding strategies to resolve it. Like, what can we do in incremental steps? Like, how can we create tiny PRs over time that moves us back on track in the direction we want to go? I really love that kind of work. And we have done quite a bit of that work, and we're doing that in the session tomorrow as well. But you have to have time to actually act on it, which is where the frustration comes from. It's not like I'm frustrated because why the hell did we go down this path? It has very like rational explanations. And it's not about why don't we do anything about this? It's not that. That's not the frustration either, because we are talking about it and we have ideas on how to diverge from that path. But my frustration is we don't have time to actually do it. That's the frustration. And I guess that's kind of maybe the story for everyone. Anyways, rename sandbox. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a state transition, which means when... So this is kind of old stuff, but what we're going to do here is when we are ready, and let's see, when we are ready and we rename sandbox, we don't care about the first argument, but we care about project, and we're going to do, because we had a router here, right? Replace, didn't we have the router? Oh, update current branch. So we'll do project, owner repo branch. Owner repo branch. Branch. Oh, didn't we have branch? What the hell did I update inside the reducer then? Oh, there's nothing. Oh, I think it's name. Actually. Which is also a bit weird. So branch would be name. I think that's right. Okay, so in theory, it should be working now. What the fuck? Oh, maybe it's Next.js. Okay, let's restart it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yeah. And just the fact that, like, one thing, yeah, and that's also a thing, like talking about like client complexity and server complexity. On the server, you have one paradigm. You code in one paradigm. But in client world, you tend to use multiple paradigms. So React is like functional, declarative, reactive kind of code. And then you suddenly have some classes in there and you're doing imperative stuff. And then let's see. And then you might do some like pure functional somewhere else, and it's like, what the fuck is going on here? Is it logs? Did I do something bad? Did I fix this thing? Why is it giving this? Has not been started yet? What the hell is going on here? I am confused. What's this? Preview protocol. Oh, I'm getting a 500 on the... Oh, maybe I renamed it to something it's not anymore. No. Why am I getting 500 on the instance call? Well, I guess it doesn't say anything. It's just... Okay, let's just try to create a new one then. Oh, I think we have an issue on stream. Or is it me? Did I do something? Invalid JSON. Did I change something? Okay, let's just discard changes from that thing. Maybe I did something really bad. No, what's going on here? Are the other ones working? GitHub test sandbox. Maybe something is being deployed? Oh. I think we have an issue with stream. This happens on everything. Projects, repos, and sandboxes. But yeah, I really like this drawing here. It puts things in perspective, and the reason people don't do this is because it's just so much type. Like you have to write so much code. So the question is more like, is there a good pattern so you don't have to write so much code to get this working? But it is interesting. It's like, what if you end up in a situation where you mount like 5 different stores at the top level component, and then like you have a really nested component somewhere that needs all 5 stores, which is like an extreme edge case. You'll have to pass all of them through every component down to that last one. Yeah, but maybe there was a way to, like, instead of thinking about stores as something to be provided on the context, think about it as, okay, what would a store look like if it's to most efficiently being passed as a prop? So instead of having, like, I remember having like these higher order components, and that were basically using context to expose something. But it could also be like, it would be interesting if you could create a chain. Like if you imagine like these arrows being like a railway, like a first class concept in your app, this is how components are connected. And this arrow, you can define that arrow. You can give it default props. That's always available there. And that's kind of what context is. No, like you wouldn't know. It won't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. No, I think the answer is really that you just have to find efficient. Picture manager was stopped. Cool. Sandbox new. Okay, it's not up yet. Oh, I need to. Yeah, I'll stop the stream at 1 because I need to look at some stuff. Well, we did not get through the burning issues list, that's for sure. God damn it. Yeah, I guess this one is also in progress then. I'm going to dump so much frustration in this PR description. This sucks. I need my dev env. Yeah, so it's interesting, like context. So what I would say, like building on top of this, is that you don't use context for application specific logic. Context is for like theming, generic caching, like using third-party tools, like dev tools and stuff like that. Or of course, if you want to use an external state store, of course you would need context. But if you don't want to use an external state store, yeah, it's really interesting. What's kind of cool about this also resolves one thing about it. Really resolves the issue with sandboxes and repos, because then we can, for example, call it a project, and the hook that's responsible for driving the behavior and state of a sandbox and a repo, it can return just return like a type. So is it a type of sandbox or a type of repo? And then you say that the state is either one of those, and then you have the dispatcher for either one of those typed and ready for you. And then in one component, you can just say, oh, I want sandbox state, or I want sandbox state in a specific state. Yeah, as opposed to it being like provided on the context, then this component would have to say, okay, first is go get me a project, is it type of sandbox, is the sandbox in this state? Like it would have to make all of those checks. And if it didn't match that check, the component will return null, which is super weird. Come on. Oh, maybe this one needs a restart. What about V2? Is V2 there? Okay. Okay, so at least I can fork this one. Sharp Clark. So let's try changing this to Blippity. Oh, my screen just went dark. So that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Fuck. So I'm rename sandbox. Did I? Let's see, reducer. Project repo. New name. New name. Why didn't it work? Update. What the fuck? But it seems like it updated with just the ID now. That was kind of weird, wasn't it? Hoopity. Why is it doing that? Aren't I asking it to... At least it didn't... why isn't it giving the alias? Update. Why is the alias the same as... Can I check? Did I actually receive... Ah, come on. Let's do the DevTools. So that's working. But why? Where's project? Rename sandbox. New name. So that's the new name. But then when I update it. Oh, sorry. It's my bad. It's because this is the old state. We want it to be on the new state. So rename sandbox ready. This is the signature we want. Cool. Okay, let's try again. So, he. Nice! It's working! Cool. We fixed it. I don't like the solution, but we fixed it. Oopsie. Warning. Let's try again. Oh, fuck, still. Oh, I guess it's... Yeah, it worked. Okay. I think it's just a language server that didn't pick it up. Why aren't things coming to production? Like, this is fixed. CodeSandbox. That's weird. We have the latest version, but I have stuff weird. Fix rename cloud sandbox title. There was an issue renaming cloud sandboxes. The mutation did not work as we were not using the ID always. We're not as we were grabbing the ID from the URL, which is not always the ID. Can be alias. It now also updates the URL to reflect the name change. It was really tricky to figure out how to solve this, because unlike a branch, there is only one way to represent it. Well, one way to represent, there is only, that's not in code. Unlike a sandbox, where the same sandbox can have multiple IDs from the perspective of the URL. The solution does not fit in, the solution does not really, the solution really emphasizes that we need to refactor sandbox repo as it is very inconsistent how renaming works now. As we have just mushed together renaming with repos where they work completely differently. What to test? Rename sandbox and see that the name and URL updates. Refresh to be sure. So this actually fixes 2 issues, which is nice. Maybe I can just say fixes XTE 115. Fixes XTE 145. Okay, let's put Alex on this one. We can put David here as well. I'm not sure if David is here today, but yeah. Cool. You should be able to open any. Let's see. I was just going to share this with the team. Open fixes. Okay, I have to be careful. Like I'm for fuck's sake. Yeah, I have to be a little bit careful with my rants. Like it sounds like I just think we're doing horrible stuff, but it's not about us doing a bad job at all. It's just complaining about the state of things, unavoidable state of things. I don't know, it just helps. Some people read a book or relax with a cup of tea. I just rant and complain. That's my thing. What? Oh no, don't tell me it's GQL. Oh. Yeah. 98. Yeah, it's this one. But it does exist there. Oh. String or null? What the fuck? Oh. Yeah, this is it. We know there's an alias there. Oh, I really hate this. Why aren't the changes in production? C2. Oh, that's interesting. Why? Oh, I have a bad connection. Why aren't I getting the new version? There we are. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Oh. Let's see, are you happy now? Add tracking for generic error pages. Welcome alert is duplicated when signing in for the first time. Okay, I guess Tomas wants amplitude there. Let's see if we can introduce amplitude on So I guess we really want this to be on 500. Like, it depends what it means by error pages. I guess we could put it into the global error, because this is using, yeah, global error. I thought we were tracking this. Don't we use? Oh, interesting. Okay, so const use environment amplitude. So we can just use effect here. Track global R, and then I can give like props here, or what does it expect to have here? Oh, expected 1 argument. Can I like do an object instead? What does it expect? Oh, metric. It can be anything. Have we used it this way before? Yeah, no, that was. Oh, use analytics. Build metric. What's that? Why? That's, I don't understand. Is null on startup? It shouldn't be null on startup. Build metric and track. So I guess we should really use analytics instead of. Map event to key metric. Oh, what's this? Oh. Okay, I think I've used this the wrong way. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this should really have been... Where's amplitude? Oh, environment, sorry. I didn't know we even had this. Whoa. What happened? What the hell happened? Okay, we have a big problem in production. Whenever I save, what the hell is happening here? What the hell did we deploy? Wait, that worked. Oh, maybe it... no, it's on that version. That's weird. Why is it? By the way, the main... Let's see. We are going to... restart this branch. Why isn't it... something fishy going on? Okay. We are back. There we go. So we have analytics. So it should actually use... Why isn't this? Damn it. I thought we built picture client. Let's see. Let's go in and build it. This is really annoying that we have to... This is something we need to streamline. So when you merge from remote on default branch, we build all the things. And let's restart that thing. Okay, let's imagine. Oh, interesting. Now it worked. Oh, maybe it was okay. Anyways, analytics. So we should not do this. We should do analytics. What's this? Yeah, so this is all the... So I should really add that to the analytics thing. So that means reconnecting editor, reconnecting. What's wrong? Event parameters. Oh. Okay. From editor. Event source. Okay. Not sure about this. From editor and reconnecting. Should we have like attempts? Attempt count. And then we had, let's see, reconnecting. Oh, fuck's sake. Wait a minute, what's going on here? This was suddenly gone, right? I'm worried there's something. So what was the other thing? Amplitude. Yeah, and then it's like manual reconnect. Yeah, we can rather add reconnecting attempt count and is automatic boolean. Yeah, let's try that. Oh, good God. What's it called? Reconnecting. Attempt count would now be reconnect attempts and is automatic, true. What's it missing? Oh, event source. Editor. Yeah, so what I would do here, I wouldn't make that type thing. I would have an explicit function called analytics.trackEditor. Yeah. And then analytics for this one. What the hell is going on there? What the hell is going on there? When did this happen? There's something really weird going on there. This is so weird. There's something extremely fishy going on here. Let's try again. Wow, this is scary. Looks like we're having an incident. I'm going to just restart. What were we working on? Okay, let's try again. Track, use analytics. Reconnecting. Attempt count, reconnect, attempt is automatic, true, event, source, editor. Attempt count. So there's no attempt count here really, which is kind of, yeah, maybe we should make that optional. Is automatic false. Okay, cool. And let's use analytics. So the question is, can we use analytics on the error page? It only depends on the environment interface, and that's definitely there. Where were we? So the question is, does the error page have the environment interface? It should have, because that's mounted on app. And I guess we do have page view tracker. So error, does that actually mount? Global error. Does that actually mount app? Yeah, does it actually static 500 page by default? But does it extend? Does it extend the app? How do I know? How can I force a 500? I guess I could just throw. What? And then we'll just throw from the sandbox. Ugh, so annoying. Like, I wanted to, when I experienced this, we should have dived deeper into it. But I'm impatient. I'm a bit frustrated, like being blocked a couple of times, but that's not a good excuse. Yeah, whatever. Ugh, no matter what I write, it doesn't help. What? Okay, so that was the. So it didn't seem to load this stuff. It's me complaining. I have to stop complaining all the time. Why isn't it showing the... How am I going to test the 500 page if I can't throw an error? How do I trigger the... Seriously? Does it have to be explicitly that error? Like... Again, it's like... How am I going to test this? This has been a bad day. This has been a really bad day. Just a bunch of frustrations. So how the hell am I going to... redirect destination 500? Okay, I guess we have to do that then. For fuck's sake. Doing application profile production. I guess I can just do pm start. I would expect the error page to be its own thing. Oh my god, this takes forever. Okay. So, what do you expect me to do about that? Sentry, oh, DSN. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see if we can get it to build. Why does it say that? You know what? I'm about to snap. Like, I think it's 80% all the fucking noise downstairs. Ugh. But I met so many weird issues. First the Next.js router, now the fucking 500 page. I can't even test it. Because I have to build it for production, but I can't build it for production because I'm getting this freaking Sentry DSN is not set. But isn't this a environment variable? Why does it complain about it not being set? Dash profile. Does the same thing happen if I run the profile protection? My God. I don't know if you can hear this, but that's it. Fuck it. I'm going to go and do something else. This has been too frustrating for me. It's too much for one day. I'll go do something else. We'll talk later when I'm in a better mood. Bye bye.